Hello, friends. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're going to be working on the Patreon illustration today, guys. Yesterday we finished adorable little wombat, and today, guys, we're going to do the fairy quest. So I have got a nice little piece of paper ready to go, and I have to decide, guys. Every month on Patreon we have a different fairy quest. So I have to figure out what the fairies have in store for us today, guys. I'm just gonna put Zazen somewhere else where he's not as noisy and loud. Hello, Zazen. Hello. Not being all noisy and loud. There we go. Peace and quiet. Peace and quiet. Living with a parrot can be a lot sometimes. They are not the quietest creatures, guys. But yeah. So, guys, let me figure out what the fairies have in store for us. So we did for January, you guys got the Feather Quest. Obviously some of you guys probably haven't received them yet because they take a while to come from, a little old down under. We are quite far from the rest of the world, so do keep that in mind. The Fairy Quest will probably come mid-Feb if they are sent out at the end of January. But that is okay. They will get that. Hello, Essie. Hello, hello. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Okay. Um, Hang on, guys. I'm just gathering my thoughts at the moment. All right. All right. I got one. I got one. Okay. So this is going to be February is going to be the noticing month. Hang on, I need to update. Oh, apparently my oiling out medium has arrived, guys. Okay, there we go. Doing the fairy quest for Patreon. We got there, guys. We got there. Okay. Also, those of you who are patrons, my friends, I have just updated Patreon and uploaded yesterday's illustration as a phone wallpaper and also a desktop wallpaper. So if you guys really enjoyed yesterday's illustration and you would like a high-res wallpaper of that one, I have uploaded that one to Patreon, so it is now downloadable. If you do sign up to Patreon, you also get access to everything that came before, which means you will get access to all the other wallpapers that are on Patreon as well. So it's best of both worlds, my friends. Best of both worlds. There we go. There we go. All right. We're ready, my friends. We're ready. Gonna draw this cute little fairy. And February is going to be the noticing month, guys. So I'm going to make a quest where you have to photograph something that loves you back. It could be a mug, a pet, a chair, a window, anything that makes your life easier or softer. So that is what the fairies have in store for us for February, I suppose. It is definitely a fairy-like month, isn't it, guys? February. I should be entering a February art challenge this month because I'm going to actually be doing very many fairy. It's quite fitting. Quite fitting, guys. But yeah. If you guys do want to sign up to Patreon, just type in exclamation mark Patreon in the chat, and that will lead you right to it. You can go check it out. Because yeah, we're gonna do very many things for the Patreons this month. Very many things. The first of which is this cute little fairy I'm gonna be doing. Does Twitch Play 2 ads now? I guess so. I am not the Twitch admin, so don't ask me. You can Google it. You Google it and figure it out. Ask the Twitch peoples. I would not know. You muted the ad and it played another ad? Hello, hello. How are you, Mr. Here, other than not enjoying the ads, I guess? Okay. Got a good idea. Got a good idea, guys. You see it's warm over there? Yeah, it's quite warm. We have a 30-degree day today. 30-degree day, my friends. I'm going to try to get one of those old cameras. It's just really hard to plan the whole composition. I had wanted to do just a single fairy. Maybe like do one of these. I could do one of these old cameras, have the fairy peeking from behind and have a butterfly. Or if I did, I guess let's try that. Let's try that. I like that idea. Or I could have multiple fairies holding that up, the camera. We're gonna do multiple fairies? You're freezing with the snow. Oh my gosh. I am so glad I'm not you. I'm so glad. Wait until we get the cold and you get the warmth. We don't get that cold. It doesn't get that cold in Australia. We never have snow. We never have snow. We don't really. I guess we kind of have perpetual summers here in some ways. Kind of. Okay. Gee, guys, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Or I could do like a girl with some fairies around her. She's trying to photograph something. So many options. Too many of the options. And you just got to start feeling it out. Sometimes when you just start a drawing, that's all that you need. I'm just trying to draw one of those old cameras, and I'm gonna have a caterpillar walking in front over here, I reckon. I don't really know how this thing works or what's meant to be what. It's kind of tricky, but we are going to be okay. We'll figure it out. Figure it out. We have the camera. Now we need to figure out where to put those fairies. Hello, Homeburger. How are you? Welcome, welcome. What's new and exciting? We're working on the fairy quest today for Patreon. And the fairies have said that we need to photograph something that makes us happy, makes our life better. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. I think I need at this point some more definition, so I'm gonna go with this pencil. Not sure I'm sold on this one just yet. We'll see. We'll see. I think I like the simplicity of it though. I'm pretty happy with that. Might do the fairy just a tad smaller and lower so we can get the composition a bit better. Don't want to go too close to the top there. There we go. I think I'm sold on this one. I think I will continue. I think this is the look. Hello, the natural. How are you? Welcome, welcome. I want to make him come from like behind. He's a giant caterpillar, very long one. Perhaps he's a centipede. Goodness, I keep having issues with this pencil of mine. I hope it isn't broken. I think so. I think it's just out of lead. But it's like the mechanism has become a little unhappy. Maybe there's a pencil lead. Oh, that might be why it's unhappy. There's a bunch of pencil lead stuck in there. Maybe that's what's causing the issue. Oh yeah, that's much better. It was just clogging it up. It's all good. Cool. It could be like an earthworm as well. A simple earthworm. Basically, you guys, once I send you the fairy quests, you guys are going to have to find your own thing that you feel makes you happy. Just like the fairy has chosen to photograph this little guy, it's going to be up to you guys to find something that brings you joy. You gotta photograph that. Stream is so therapeutic right now while you do your work. Oh, natural. I'm glad. I'm happy to hear that. We do co-working as well sometimes. So sometimes we have an art stream and other times we have co-working streams. So we do both on occasion. Only on Fridays. Fridays are for co-working. The rest of the time, we just relax in the studio doing some drawing together. I'm incredibly happy with how this one is turning out. You need to make your studio feel more like an art studio, right? You feel like you're locked in your office sometimes. Yeah, it's Mine used to be that, because I was really into IKEA furniture at one point, and it definitely does feel too much like an office. You're totally right. So I started collecting antique furniture. I just do a lot of marketplace pickups to get them. I have looked at some antique stores, but antique stores can be really expensive, so I only buy a piece from there if it's something I definitely can't get anywhere else. Um, but yeah, it's really fun because it's you know that every piece that you've got you can't just find in any new shop. It's usually almost one of a kind, and that's a great feeling. Which makes it much more special that you're looking on marketplace trying to find these cool pieces and yeah, make it all look a little bit more like what you wanted to. You love that. Might look into that as well. I hope you get lots of stuff. Are you based in the US? Guys, I'll be right back. You are? So if you're based in the US, it should be a lot easier for you to find antiques. Australia, we didn't really have that much history, not nearly as much as the States did. So it's a lot harder to find antiques here. Quite often, they're only reproductions, they're not the real thing. Um, and the only ones that really are very genuine are usually imported, like the uh, the locker cabinet behind me is actually from India. This one is a reproduction. It's not like an actual antique. This one's not an antique. It's just like a reproduction again. I'm quite confident this one's also probably a reproduction. So, we don't get genuine antiques, but we do get reproductions, which is fine. But you guys over there probably have tons of history compared to what we have and have much more luck getting that sort of thing. You love the brown and green color scheme. I love green. Green, I'm thinking of painting some of our rooms like a beautiful dark green. Um, and we're actually, so we had some flooding happening recently, which sucks. And our house has been in disarray because of it for the longest time, and it's been so annoying. But on the plus side, it means that they are going to repaint, insurance is going to repaint one of the rooms for us. We don't have any other work. And that is amazing. So I'm going to repaint that room as well. That is the gaming room, so it's a little bit different, but that one's going to be a dark charcoal once I have them repaint it. Alicia, hello, hello. How are you doing? I kind of want to redo the eyes completely. I'm just not feeling happy with them entirely, so I'm gonna keep going. Start over. Oh, I'm so happy with her face now. I think she's looking much better. Much closer to how I wanted her. Alright, what clothes am I going to give her? I want to have her wearing flowers, so I'm gonna have to come up with some flowery design. So I am going to give this one a little bit of colour. Just not sure exactly which colours I want to go for yet, but we are going to do some colour. I'm gonna make him a centipede. He's gonna be a centipede. I always find centipedes have incredibly cool, like shiny bodies. So beautiful. So, actually, it's a millipede. I always get the two confused. A millipede. Millipede. It's gonna be so much fun shading this one. So much detail. Maybe I should do flowers in the background. Flowers could be really nice. This is looking amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I'm really enjoying this one actually. I wasn't sure if I was going to be sold on the composition initially, just because it felt a little blocky and like there wasn't any movement to it, but it's come along. It's come along. Cool. All right, we have our centipede. Or I should say millipede. Okay, I want the light to come from this side. So let me do the camera part first. All right, that is a lot better. So I need to decide, guys. Am I going to do any background at all? I don't want to do too much because this is mainly going to be a black and white illustration that I'm printing on green decal paper for my patrons. So if I go too complex with it, then that might become a little tricky. I might also create a sticker out of this one. I'm planning to make the little wombat into a sticker too though, so it kind of just depends how much time do I have on Friday to turn both into a sticker for patrons. But yeah, patrons will be receiving these fairy quests and also some stickers. Hmm. Okay. Trying to see which dresses might work. I could do like a little like one of those petals. Like a little flower petal sleeved dress. Don't know if they'll really look like petals at the moment. That's a bit of a pickle, but doing what we can. If I take this arm down a little, that'll help a lot. Right, let's go back to this camera. Need to figure this thing out. Figure out how it works. It looks like it has a piece of like a boxy piece here in the back. And this is actually just like that's like the flat piece connecting everything, and then this is the concertina like stuff. Whoa. Thank you for the follow, Narks. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Whereabouts are you from? I just reminded you, you're planning on buying an older film camera for study. Are you studying photography? So cool. I love those old film cameras. I think they're freaking sick. How old is the one that you are thinking of buying? You're a lighting artist and photography study is a must. Gotcha, gotcha. So cool. That's so cute. You love the style and the drawing seems so magical. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is the drawing I'm going to send out for my patrons soon. It's a fairy quest. So each month, the little fairy will send a new quest to my patrons. Something for them to do, to focus on for mental health, the betterment of life. Fairies are very invested in that. So yeah, this little fairy will be sending out a quest. You love it. Lately, you want to find all the things that is like a fairy tale log. Aww. Have you got a favorite? Got like a favorite childhood book or something that inspired you? So I did, and I don't know where it is anymore. I lost my favorite childhood illustrated book. Don't know where it is. And sadly, I can't get it again because I don't remember who wrote it. Which is a bit of it's a bit annoying, guys. So I'll be honest. I'll be honest. You love it. Sorry if you say that too much, but it's true. Oh, you're watching me from Argentina right now. Oh my gosh. I don't think I get many people watching from Argentina. That is so cool. You might be the first. The first of your kind. That is amazing. Yeah, we don't get many from South America. I don't think I suit that time zone very well usually. What time is it there at the moment? So I will be sending this print out to my patrons by the end of the month, guys. If you would like a print of this illustration, but just go and check out my Patreon because the fairy quests will be sent out to my patrons. So that you will get this one, you'll also get the one that we worked on yesterday of the little wombat, as well as a sticker of this one and of the wombat. So this month we're going to have two prints, two stickers for Patreon. Real exciting. You need to check out my Patreon. I know if you buy something can arrive in your country. Yes, I can ship to Argentina. That's not a problem. If it is a problem, I will refund you and let you know completely. But I have no problem shipping that. No problem at all. But yeah, you have until the end of the month to sign up to Patreon. These will only be sent out to Patreon. I don't think I'll be making prints of them because they're so small. Maybe like one day down the track, but at the moment I don't really have plans to make prints of these other than sending them out to patrons. I can show you. Hang on. So last month on Patreon, this is what we had. We had this little one, this little art witch, and on the back we had a little poem of her, a little art witch. That was for January's Patreon. Then we also had the fairy quest. We had this little one who asked us to collect a little feather for the month of January, and this one is printed on really nice decal paper. So the one that I'm working on today, this one is also going to be printed on nice decal paper once I am done with that. And then on the back, it's got the quest from the fairy. Whatever the fairy has asked for us to do. Yeah, you guys can put these in your journals. If you journal and you like to sort of do a scrapbook journal, I know that I used to do a lot of scrapbooking. I don't really have time these days. I wish I did because I love scrapbooking. But yeah, came with a matching sticker. And that's what we're working on today. We're making a similar one. But for this month, we have this little one. So she will be printed on the same paper and she will be sent out by the end of February. So, February. February. But yes. You see, you love the poems that they have in the back too. Oh, I do digital drawings too. You love it? No, they're all traditional. I do digital or used to do digital, but not really anymore. All my drawings are just they're just traditional art, watercolor. But yeah, Patreon is currently, I spend about a week of my month on Patreon, so I have definitely started dedicating a lot more of my time to what I do for you guys on Patreon. And there's also a wallpaper download there for this month as well, so you guys can get the illustration that we did yesterday, the fairies on my little wombat. That one is currently available as a wallpaper. So I'm a lot earlier. I know I usually send out wallpapers more like at the end of the month, and this month I wanted to have you guys get, especially like the digital rewards, a lot earlier. The traditional way is like more magical. Yeah, I feel that way too. Hello, Jenny. How are you? Welcome. Have you just finished work? Just gotten home from work, Jenny? How are things? How are all the things? We're working on this month's Patreon illustration, Jenny. I sent yours out last week, and so hopefully you will receive that one very, very soon. I hope. You just ate dinner. What did you have for dinner? Gosh, we had ravioli last night. It was so good. So yummy. Absolutely delicious. Chicken sandwich? Oh my gosh. Sounds yummy. Yummy, yummy indeed. Yeah. So we're currently, oh, we actually don't cook at the moment. We are subscribed to like this local cooking plan where they like make a batch of food and they send it out to you. And you have different options because they do the food like for, for so many different people, they can do a variety of options and just do them in bulk. And so you subscribe and you can get it. It's kind of like HelloFresh, but you don't have to make it. Um, and we started doing it mainly because we were very, very busy before we went out to our trip to Singapore. And we just, neither my husband nor I had the time to cook. Believe it or not, it's chaotic. So yeah, we did that for a time, and we just haven't stopped yet. I am missing a bunch of foods that I'd like to make for myself. I will say, like, I really enjoyed making salmon and things, so I might get some salmon as well on the weekend and try to make some for myself again. Because I can't really batch fish dishes or seafood dishes in the same way they can other dishes. So you definitely do have particular types that you are restricted to. You just ate, but you ate ham and cheese tart. Oh, that sounds amazing. Sounds so good. She's a very sophisticated fairy, I have to say. Very, very sophisticated. Not many fairies. You won't find many fairies operating a camera, guys. Not too many. She has learned the techniques, guys, that are required. Sure, she needs to photograph her favorite friend. It's so hard getting circular shapes aligned correctly when they are at a different angle. I always find that really tricky. I really want to have a pet scorpion or a pet spider. My husband's not too keen on the idea, but and I don't know if I want to feed them. If their food requirements are feeding them some kind of like little helpless mouse or something, then I don't think I'd like that very much. But I do find them incredible. I'd love to have one. All right, I gotta do the shiny part, guys. They are so beautiful. They just have such gorgeous shine. All right, I'm gonna do a bunch of shine like over here. Make that all shiny, and then we'll have some shine over here as well. I think if I wanted to be a bug, I would definitely be a butterfly. A butterfly or a moth. Moth's good too. I love moths. But I'd be one of those. I'd love to fly. Be able to fly on my own two wings. You think of moths too. When you see one, you think that they're like little fairies. Yeah, exactly. You wanted to ask me something about putting some drawings on your album covers. Do I think we could come to an agreement? Obviously, you don't think it would be free because those beautiful drawings cost a lot to make good. Well, definitely send me an email and we can work on that. Because I do professional illustration for people. I work as an illustrator, so I'm happy to work with you on that. So send me a message. I think emailing me is probably best because then you don't get lost in amongst like a million other DMs or whatever, and I definitely won't miss you. So try to do that. But yeah, I'd love to work with you on that. Album covers are some of my favorite work to do, so definitely would love that. I actually often choose music just like the first thing I see is the album art, and I quite often pick a musician because of that, and then start listening to their music. It's so crazy the symbiotic relationship that the two have with each other, music and art. It's I know I get very inspired by music, and um, then I guess vice versa as well. I'm sure musicians also get inspired by what we do. I think about the same about the mails. When you have the money, send me the mail because here in Argentina it's like a little hard, the economy things. Because the president, yeah. But in the future, you want to have like an album cover. You just started music. It's like you and your phone and nothing more. That's okay. I think that's incredible. You don't need a whole lot. It's the creativity behind what you do, the ideas you have, the lyrics you have. I would love to listen to some of your music. If you can, even if you just send me a message on Instagram, um, link me to some of your music. If you don't have it somewhere, send me some MP3s. Hello, Stumpy. How are you? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? But yeah, definitely send me a message. I'd love to have a look. You're doing well. That's good. That's good. I'm doing really good too. We're just working on today's fairy quest for Patreon. I spend about my first week of every month working on Patreon. You would love it. You don't have the songs in a streaming platform, but in future too. Yeah, definitely. When you do, and you have it somewhere where we can listen, let me know. I'd love that. So hopefully yesterday's illustration will double as both a Patreon illustration, but I'm also going to turn that one into some greeting cards. And I'm going to be working with some local stockists and selling those in some local stores. So that one, that one has big plans. Big plans. It's got to earn its keep. That one. Some of my drawings are just freeloaders. They just sit in sketchbooks, they get created, time gets spent on them, and they never earn their keep, and that's okay too, you know. That's okay. But then a lot of my drawings, some of them have a purpose, and I will usually, create either prints of them or greeting cards or some other thing that I'm busy with. I always have a lot of things on, so this little guy's got to become more shiny, guys. He's not quite shiny enough just yet. We want to make him all beautiful and shiny. You can send me a media file link if I want to hear some one of your songs. Yeah, please do. Please do. I would love that. I would totally love that. That would be amazing. Are they sort of fairy like? What style, what genre is your music? Might I ask? I feel like I have a really diverse taste in music. I can like a lot of things. I like heavy metal. I like peaceful, relaxing indie songs as well. So I'm a bit all over the place. But there is some what do you call it? Some overlap in why I like the songs generally. I like songs that are very conceptual. And I also like songs that do something very different out of the ordinary. That's nice. You're like in a mood that if you like this song, you like it and nothing more. Yeah, exactly. It's as simple as that. And sometimes you go through, I feel like phases where at one point in time you are really into, loud music, and then you might go to the phase where you're into quieter music. And sometimes it's just based on how you feel on the day, that particular day. So on my live streams, I tend to just have instrumental music because um, I find that when there's, when there's lyrics in songs and people are trying to hear what I'm saying, it sort of competes with each other a little. But sometimes in my intro screen, I play some music that has lyrics. Okay, so I think the millipede is done. I think I'm happy with what he looks like. I'm going to start doing some work on this camera. We've got like a weird texture going, like a leathery texture, but I kind of want to do wood. I really want to do wood. I don't know how wood's gonna look, but we'll try it. If it doesn't look good, then that's okay. I just want to make it look a little more natural because the fairy belongs in nature, comes from nature. So I think wood looks good. Wood looks good. And we can stick with this. There we go. Do all fairies have attitude? You're presuming yes. I think so. I think so. I think they know their worth, and for that reason, they can do whatever the heck they want, right? Do whatever they want. You can't see very much. It's like they don't have shine. The camera. It's got like a little bit of a shine there on one corner, but for the most part, it doesn't. This is cute with the old school camera. Thank you, Ezzy. This is for this month's fairy quest. So the fairy is going to send out new quests for you guys to do this month on Patreon. And yeah, this is the one she's sending out this month. Vintage and magic. Yes! Who doesn't like the two of those, right? Who doesn't like that? So I am going to add a little bit of color once I finish this one. And this one is also going to be a sticker on the Patreons. Will I color or paint it? I'm going to just add like a little bit of color with my pencils. And that's it. Because this one's going to be printed on, some green decal paper, it won't show the color on that, but for the sticker, you guys will see the color. When you say color, you mean color pencil? Yes. So we definitely are. We are adding some color pencil to this one. Yes. Have you been making some art recently, Essie? You working on something creative? I find it so cool that both our mums got us into art to begin with. Mums are the best like that. You've been doing some sketches, you've been going through 21 Draw and going through some lessons and teaching tools. Nice. Brushing up on those skills. I think I learn the most when I just get a really tricky reference and I try to master that. It's when I make the most, I guess, progress. For how long I started doing these practice of drawings? Oh, you're not really new to art, right, Essie? I mean, you've been doing art for quite some time, right? You just are brushing up on your skills, doing it for improvement, or are you only just getting into it? I believe I've seen you do a lot of art before. Um, since you were in school, yeah, just brushing up for improvement. We became friends because I came across your art Instagram. Exactly, that's what I thought. Because you did some of Mab Graves's art challenges, I think, in like one of the years, I believe. Art is part of your getaway and relaxing. Sketching has been helping. That's great. But I haven't seen you post art for quite some time now, I think. Lots and lots of flowers, guys. You always like the Halloween challenges in October. Yeah, they're so fun. So fun. How long ago do you think it was since we met, Ezzy? Oh my gosh. That's been many, many years now. Because yeah, we've been friends on Instagram, I think since pretty much in the first 2 years I started really posting my art online. And that's many years ago now. And then I found you, and I made so many friends on Instagram actually through Mab Graves' art challenges that I did. So many of you guys. I think 6 years. I introduced you to at some point in my Twitch channel. Yeah, I think so. I think so. We've definitely been friends a lot longer than you followed me on Twitch though. Because I followed you like way before I started streaming on Twitch. Way before. 5 years? Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while, Norix. It's been a while. Um, I think the art community is just really, really special. You know, when we interact with each other, we, create genuine bonds and you know, actually stay friends and actually look at each other's stuff and things like that. A lot of other places here on Twitch and also social media in general, I think, is very toxic. It's all just about like for like, and people don't message each other. I actually got a lot of people that I messaged. I find their art accounts and I would message them. And you'd be surprised, guys. You'd be surprised how many of them didn't like that. Didn't like the fact that I messaged them. And I understand why. It's because they think, why would someone go out of their way to message me? It seems fake. It seems, not real. Why would someone do that? Um, I personally use Instagram very different from most people, I guess, where I like to actually get human interaction from that. So I understand why people can be rather skeptical and it's just like, oh, you're just messaging me because you want me to come and look at your stuff. I don't actually think that that works anyway. People who message to just have people come look at their stuff. It doesn't work. So if I'm messaging people on Instagram, it's genuinely just because I like their stuff and I would like to talk to the actual human being behind the art. But it's really sad that social media has become such a skeptical place where, there are a lot of bots doing that. There are a lot of people doing that. And so now everyone's desensitized and it's no longer a safe place to just make friends anymore. It used to be a lot easier, I think, like 5 or 6 years ago. You found my very first message to you introducing me to my Discord to April 10th, 2017. That is so long ago. Yeah, I think you are probably one of my like longest friends on Instagram ever. You can print screen it and show it to me. Yeah, please do. DM me. DM me. My goodness. Yeah. Like lately, guys, I every time I post anything, it doesn't matter what it is. I get like 5 different bots coming and saying, send it to this, send it to this, send it to this. And it's just some art sharing page that they want me to DM them, I guess, and then pay money to have my art shared on their accounts. It's so frustrating. Oh my gosh. I try to remove them, but it's just gotten to the point where it's not even worth it for me to spend the time removing it every time because it's literally every bloody time I post. For sure, I started the friendship and you are so happy you weren't afraid to talk to me. I'm glad you were. I'm glad you were. And I always do apologize to anyone that I do offend when I message you guys and make you feel like I'm just one of those other bots that just, I get that a lot too. Um, but I loved when social media was a place where we could all interact. So I try my best to just pretend that we're still in that place and it's still a societal norm where we can actually just DM each other and just talk about art and things. Um, but yeah, so be it. And also, I do apologize when I send you guys a message on Instagram. Sometimes I might reply the very next day, 10 seconds later. Sometimes I might reply a whole month later. I am so sorry, guys. My brain does not really remember the fact that I started a conversation and I need to continue that conversation. So, just know that it's nothing you guys have ever done, and I will eventually find your message again and get back to you. I am truly sorry, guys. I am just like that. I have these, I don't know, I get these bouts of energy where I feel like I want to go message people and then I'm messaging everyone. But because social media doesn't just have immediate replies, I leave, I forget about it. I don't always go back to it the next day. Such is life, such is life. It's all good. You've enjoyed also cheering for me and supporting each other. Yeah, I'm keen to start seeing more art by you, Essie. More art. Definitely, definitely. I'm gonna hold you to that. Hold you to that. So I don't know if you guys find it helpful. I have started keeping like a habit tracking journal. You can make it on paper if you prefer paper, but there's also a lot of digital apps that allow you to have that. And I find it's very helpful when you can visualize when you last did something you cared about. Sometimes it can feel like, oh, I get to this a lot, I do this a lot. Um, and then if you actually break it down and you see how often you really get to it, you don't actually get to it as much as you think. So I have found it very helpful to keep some sort of like habit tracker and yeah, just be able to visualize when I last did a habit. And so I have a habit for making art. Obviously, it's my career. So, if art is your career, it's a lot easier. You're going to do it every day. But I have one for my oil paintings because even though art is my career, oil paintings are a lot more of a long term, you know, goal of mine. And so I often don't get to them because they aren't as immediately rewarding and don't allow me to create, immediate things from them that help me make money. And unfortunately, that is the reality of being a full-time artist is you still need to make money. So you need projects that will bring in money, and then you also have your longer term, more like passion projects, things that you can make into prints eventually. But yeah, so I have set a habit tracker for myself, and now I try to focus on those oil paintings a lot more. And it's very nice by the end of the month to be able to visualize how often I actually did do some oil painting. This month we're not going great so far, but it's only the second day of the month, like the second work week day. So I haven't exactly done very much, and that's okay. My first week is always dedicated to Patreon, so I'll probably start doing some oil painting next week, and that's okay. But yeah, I find having an actual habit tracker is very, very helpful. Very encouraging. I don't think I expected this one to turn out as well as it did. I am quite happy with it at the moment, guys. Actually, the center parts, they are the parts that are highlighted, not uh, I'm going about this the wrong way, guys. It's okay, we'll fix it. So the center parts are the ones that are, what you call it? Highlighted. We have like a sort of triangle effect going on. I think I'm just gonna do the whole thing in shade first, and then I'll do the highlights afterwards. That is much more realistic. And then again on this side, we also have this part not connected. Okay. It's better. Now it does have some sort of a hinge here, but I don't really want to put it in just because I want the emphasis to be on her foot. And I'm worried if I put that in, it's going to distract from her foot. Perhaps I can do, I don't know. I think I'm keeping it as it is. Keeping it this way. Now we gotta do some more wood grain, guys. Some more of this beautiful wood grain. So hopefully if I have this one done by end of day, which we definitely will, we have plenty of time. If this one's done by the end of today, then I will be able to do all the stickers, all the fairy quests, and everything on Friday, guys. We are going to be so up to date then. Going to be amazing. You're back. You mean with the talk stuff? You can share a link of the 4 songs. Send it to me on either. Do you have Instagram? Because it'll just get lost here. I can't listen to it right now, and I don't want to lose it. But if you DM me, if you join our Discord, drop it in Discord, then everyone can see it all the time. Or if you just want me to have it, then please send it to me on the Instagrams. The Instagrams. I'm sure you have it. If you don't, you can also email me. I'm happy if you just email me. hello@neca.art is my email. Should be good. Good to go. Good to go. Okay. You can share to my Instagram. You don't want to think that it's like, no, it's not like a spam thing. I'd love to promote you on, the Discords as well. And I'm sure everyone will enjoy listening to it. So, if you're comfortable sharing it there, then please do. Have no problem with that. Whoa. All right. We get in there, guys. We get in there. Well, that's the hardest part done. The hardest part is always doing, the textures because it's just so time consuming. Everything else should be heaps easier. What's my Instagram when you press the. Oh, it should be Neka's art. Uh, there we go. It should be that. I may not have updated it in the about panels. Thank you for that, letting me know. Yeah. Do you have an Instagram where you share your music? Who's currently your favorite musician, would you say? Someone you're very highly inspired by? You thought it said Neca for a moment. Cowardly! Cowardly! How could you? How could you think that of me? How embarrassing. How embarrassing. My goodness. I see what you think of me. Oh, hello, hello. How are you? Hope you're doing well, my dude. But yeah, quite absurd. Quite absurd. Yeah, sounds like some of the dreams I have. I have very crazy dreams, guys. Very crazy dreams. I feel like most of my dreams don't make any sense at all, guys. My mum encouraged me to write down my dreams because she says that I can turn some of them into storybooks. Uh, so I've started doing that for the ones that I think are really worth it because I think she has a point. Mums always have good advice. Always have good advice. Alright, guys. Most dreams don't conclude, they just cut off. Yeah, exactly. You like the idea, but how do you make a story out of something without a clear arc or morale? Um, well, a lot of my stories do have a clear arc and morale. I mean, I've had plenty of dreams that they are pretty much like a storybook that's just ready to go. Ready to go, guys. All right, so we are going to make this into. Gonna add some color, guys. I want this fairy to have purple hair. I don't draw with purple very often, so I think it's cool to try a little bit of a color that you don't always work with. Lucky me, your dreams never make any sense. I do have some of those too. I definitely do, don't get me wrong. It's not that all my dreams just make a whole lot of sense. I have dreams that are very nonsensical too, but yeah, no, I had one where there was like a whole town, and this is my weirdest dream ever. I warn you, it's my weirdest dream ever, I think. The whole no, actually, I recently had an even weirder one. That one did not have an arc though, I don't think. But one of my weirdest dreams was the entire world got infested by uh these goblins, and nobody could destroy them. They were just so overpowered. And then I started fighting these goblins, and I was saving the whole world. But, guys, the weirdest thing was every time I killed one of these goblins, I vomited on them. And I became known as the vomiting superhero. That one was weird. That one was weird. And don't ask me why, guys, but recently I had a dream that my family went to this museum of Putin, like, Russia's leader, Putin. So we went to this museum of him, and apparently he was dead, and his dead body was presented there. But nobody could see the dead body. We didn't know where it was. We were just told that apparently Putin's dead body was going to be here. And of course, a bunch of like Putin supporters were very, very excited, and they wanted to go be close to Putin's dead body. And suddenly there was a spa, and this old lady opens this spa because she wanted to go for a dip. And there was Putin's dead body. He was like waxed, like like a museum doll, waxed, and he was half rotting in there. It was disgusting. And we all ran out because it started smelling so bad. It was really disgusting. But anyway, that was my dream. That was my dream of Putin. Very strange dream. What a shame of an experience. Yeah, I know. It was weird. And the funniest thing is, I don't even really watch the news. I don't read about Putin, like, ever. Why did I have that dream? I don't know. It's so strange. So strange. Dreams just come out of nowhere sometimes. It's just the weirdest thing. The weirdest thing. It's just being an onion soup and nothing much. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what it was. It was great though. We're just like craving it. Wait, what? We have such exciting dreams. You had a dream that was just onion soup. You went to sleep craving it. Woke up not craving it. What, did it ruin onion soup for you? You already sent me some songs of yours to Instagram. Gotta go. You're going for a walk with your mom. You'll come back if we're still on and wish us luck. No worries. Thank you so much for stopping by, and it was lovely getting to know you, Norix. I will have a listen to some of your lovely songs. Thank you so much for sharing them with me. I feel very, very special. All right, so the centipede, um, he is going to have to be lots of different colors. I'm going to put some purple in him though, but he's gonna have to be lots of different colors. Hello, Galacticat. How are you? Welcome, welcome. I can call you Pablo because your name is a little hard to say. That's okay. I'll try to remember to call you Pablo. It was so lovely meeting you. I'm so excited to go listen to your music after my live stream. Galacticat, how's your day been going? Are you up to much today? cool little centipede. Okay, I'm going to start doing some of this wood. Then I'll get a better idea of the color scheme I'm working with. Hello, Rockstar. Hello, hello. How are you? Welcome. Just working on some stuff, and you did a post office trip this morning. And you must water your plants. Don't let you forget. Go do that right now. I feel like when you get distracted, that's when you don't do a thing. Lately, you imagine a dark forest or a light forest and all the things in that kind of place, and you look in songs and books and drawings. Sounds like you are getting inspired the old fashioned way, which is the best way. I think this one's going to make a lovely sticker. A really lovely sticker. You mean lately love all the fairy tale things in movies, shows, books, and all the stuff. That's beautiful. It's been a day. That sounds like a story you may want to or not want to tell. I will leave that up to you. We all have those kind of days that we just say, it's been a day. It's been a day. Was it a good day, at least? How did I come up with this drawing? It's this month's fairy quest. So I just had the idea. The fairy is going to ask you guys on Patreon to basically photograph something that you love. And so, because I wanted to do old fashioned photography, I looked up some references for old fashioned style cameras. And that's how it started. That is how it started. That is not how it's going to end. Hopefully not. But yeah. That's what I did. That is how it all began. And then I just kind of went from there because yeah, I wanted to create something that would show you guys what the fairy is asking. But yeah, Jenny, this is this month's Patreon illustration. Well, the fairy quest. The print is the wombat, which I will send you guys at the end of the month, and this one is the fairy quest. So a little bit of both this month. It's very fairy. My Patreon is becoming a place of fairies, I guess. That's okay. Fairies are cool. Who doesn't love fairies, right? Nobody can hate on a fairy. Who can possibly hate on a fairy? Monday is Tuesday in a while. Migraines have started all around 12 a.m. on going through the night. Fibromyalgia flare up leading to difficulty holding anything and way too many close calls on the road. I'm so sorry, Rockstar. I'm so, so sorry. What is, fibromyalgia? Oh gosh, that's horrible. That's horrible. I'm so sorry. Okay, so I'm going to do more purple for her clothes. Uh, oh, we have an ad. We have an ad, guys. All right, plant babies are watered. How many plants do you have? You've returned from ad jail. Ah, you did bake chocolate cookies though and ate a bunch. I am so glad. Gosh, how did you push through all of that and still bake cookies? Gosh, on the best of days, that's a lot. Most days you can manage, but when it all crashes in, not a good time. Yeah, that's just rough. You probably shouldn't be driving, when that's happening. Um, I say that because I have a similar condition where I have chronic pain. And when it was at its worst, I was driving and I was barely focused on the road at all. And I had a car accident some years ago. Luckily, it was, at a place where everyone was safe. I didn't hurt anyone. I wasn't hurt. My car was hurt, but no one else got hurt. So that was really good, but it was a big wake up call for me to realize you are putting others' lives at risk and your own, but mostly your own, be safe. be safe. I understand how it feels because you want to be independent. You want to, do the things that you used to be able to do or, should be able to do. And it's really hard needing to say no and needing to ask for help. Especially sometimes you don't have people who are very understanding about it in your life, maybe, and that makes it even harder to ask for help because you feel like a burden, you know, and that's totally normal. That's okay. But at the end of the day, your life is way more important. So just try to be safe. Try to be safe. Oh, plushie hug! We will have a plushie. I think it's time for Pete and Groblin, guys. Pete and Groblin plushie hug. These two. Look how cute they are. Oh my gosh, they are so cute. Look, guys. If you guys like these two plushies, they're made by the artist Brett Manning. Jenny, you still need that pink one. You still need that pink one. They are the cutest. The actual cutest. Look at them. So I'm pretty sure this one's Pete because he's like Pete Moss. This one is Groblin. They're so cute. I freaking love them. I freaking love them. Absolutely adorable. So cute. So cute. Yeah. All right. Hang on, guys. I just need to double check something. Mm. All right, my mum's here, so I might make a quick break and I'll be back with you guys. Hello, hello, guys. Oh my goodness. Creepies. Did you just read me? Oh my gosh, Creepies. Thank you so much. What the heck? Guys, please go and check out Creepies. He is an amazing, amazing goth streamer and he is currently trying to go for partner. So if you guys can give him all the support for that, please do, please do. I love your streams. I've only been there like lurking like a couple of times, but your aesthetic on Instagram is to die for. You need to be creepy. So you need to be a model for Disturbia or Killstar. I'm not even kidding. Like they should hire you for their men's line. Totally. It would be insane. They have like a lot of unisex clothes, but also like male clothes, and I feel like they never have models that really fit that sort of niche. That would be so sick. Like you should apply. I don't see why they wouldn't take you. Like if I were them, I would totally hire you. And they need to just use you as basically like a sponsor as well for their products. Send you free stuff because totally, why the heck not? But yeah, love it. I also love your little reels that you do. The vampire one was one of my favorite ones. Love that one. But yeah, guys, please go and check out Creepy. It's not an artist, but a variety streamer, I believe. And you guys know that we do a lot of sort of spooky, creepy stuff. I'm more into the creepy, cute side of things. But we do have a lot of creepy stuff at times. Probably one of the things I can show you guys is my monster self portrait, guys. We do Halloween art every October. We go full blown into it. We actually do Halloween art like pretty much all year round, but we very heavily focus on that in December. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. You need more vampire dad jokes. There's one. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to remember now. Halloween is all year round. Exactly. Basically, here, Halloween is all year round. That's true. So there was one where there was a guy, he was working at a Dracula factory. Um, but he was one of only two people working there, so he had to make every second count. That one was one of the best ones because there were only two people working there at the Dracula factory. He had to make every second count. That one was done by one of my favorite dad pun Instagrammers. I freaking love his stuff. The delivery, like the way he does the delivery though, is so bland and perfect. I can't take it out of his hands. I have to DM you that one, Creepies. I really do. I really do. But yeah, guys, please, if you haven't already, hang on. There we go. Guys, please go and give Creepies a follow. Amazing, amazing artist. So cool, so cool. All right, I'm gonna show off your Instagram to the peoples so everyone can see what your aesthetic is all about. Let me do that. Do you want to post a link in the chat as well to anything that you are currently looking to specifically promote, specifically share? We like to promote things for the people that share the loves to us. Also, your username is just sick. Absolutely sick. But yeah, guys, tell me this dude doesn't belong in an ad for Disturbia or Killstar. My favorite clothing brand is Disturbia. Currently, I'm just saving up as heck. I want to buy almost everything they have. Disturbia and Killstar would just freaking love this dude. Look at him. He's got like. Also, Creepies look like Floki. Creepies basically is Floki. I think, Coopies, what we need a goal. We need a goal for you. If people get you partnered, if everyone as a collective helps you get partnered, then we get to have you cosplay as Floki. That would be, if that's not motivation, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. You should see back when I had a bit. I think I did scroll down. I think I did actually scroll down some. I mean, gosh, your look, dude. It's just insane. Just totally nailing it. I did scroll back a bit, I think. Or was it in one of your Twitch clips that I saw that? Do you currently live in an apartment? You were cosplaying Floki 24/7. So you probably had a little bit too much of that then, I reckon. Too much of that, Floki. Gosh, it's way back. Oh, hang on. We have a Floki scene, I think. Oh my gosh, you have like totally the Viking hairstyle as well. Freaking Floki. It's freaking Floki. You're like totally Floki. Oh my gosh. I totally see it. I totally see it. But yeah, my dude. All the loves, all the best. Guys, please go give Creepies a follow. Guys, we are currently working on something we do every month for Patreon. So I send out a monthly postcard. This was the one that we did for January, which has a print and a poem on the back. So you guys get the matching poem for the artwork. Currently, we are doing the fairy quest. So every month, you guys get a print and a poem as well as a fairy quest. And this month, the fairy is asking you guys to photograph something meaningful to you guys. So I'm going to start all my real work next week. I say real work because this is for Patreon. But I have a lot of my own projects that I'll be working on, some more starting next week. You live in a house now? You used to live in an apartment. Which country are you from? I don't think I've ever really figured that out. Which country? But yeah, if you need to raid and run, that is totally okay. I understand. As a fellow streamer, I know just how tired we are. I always have this adrenaline rush like right throughout the stream, and then as soon as I go offline, it's like I just crash. I don't notice it when I'm live, but I just crash. Sometimes my mum comes over and she's just seeing me in the middle of that sinking crash, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, why are you so exhausted? Did you get any sleep?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got plenty of sleep. I just crash. It happens after the streams. Pretty normal." You get so hyped after streaming that it takes you like 2 hours to wind down. Oh really? You're the opposite. Are you an introvert or an extrovert, would you say? That is so strange. Yeah, no, I want to sleep. I literally could fall asleep. And sometimes I do. I will just go and actually fall asleep after the stream. It's crazy. And I don't ever nap during the daytime. Like I can't nap. But after a stream, it's very easy for me. Very, very easy. You can never tell which you feel after streaming. You're 100% extrovert. Maybe that's why then. Maybe that's why. So I'm an introvert. And I think it's just, you spent so much of your energy on being around people. And as much as we do love it, after stream, it's just like we have no more. Like that is it. It's just done. Um, so maybe that's why. Do you feel like napping after stream is collecting out? Which do you think? Which do you think? I'm pretty happy with her. Pretty happy, guys. So we've done her in one day, which is amazing. And this is going to mean because I have her done and I also have all of the other illustrations done for Patreon, guys, I can basically send you guys a the full all of the Patreon stuff will be done by Friday. And then I will post an announcement for what you guys will get if you signed up for this month's Patreon. Because every month we have new rewards and things on the Patreons, guys. New little things. The fairy sends out a new quest. Each month. You think it's natural too? Like streaming takes a lot of brain power. Yeah, exactly. Um, and like you have to. It depends like what kind of streamer you are. I know a lot of people say, "Oh, it's easier to stream video games than art. It's easier to be, this or that." I don't think that that's true at all. If you are trying to be a good streamer, then you are going to have to actually put the effort and the work in. Like for example, if you're a variety streamer, you don't have art or anything to focus people's attention on. You don't have music, right? You have to be the sole source of entertainment. And anyone who says that that is a lot easier to do than, for example, art or music or whatever else it is that you're claiming, um, I would say go try to do that. Go try and be a variety streamer and just talk nonstop for like hours on end. It's not easy, guys. It's really hard to be actually entertaining. And also it's not just about being entertaining. It's about being entertaining in a way where you are enjoying your community. Cultivating that space where you can allow that to happen is a lot easier said than done. You stream at night, so you sleep pretty soon after, but some days it'll take you a while to wind down, so you go for a walk on your walking pad before bed. I need to get myself a walking pad, Galactica. I loved having one. I have a pet parrot, and he would sit on my shoulder and just basically exercise with me, although I would be the one doing the exercising, and he would just be, following along, so to speak. He would just be observing. His motivational support, I guess. It's probably his thing. You genuinely find it harder to stream games. Same. Exactly, Galactica. Yes and no. I find streaming a game easier in some ways, but harder in other ways. It just comes with its own set of challenges. It's just different. You don't like yours? You wouldn't suggest it? There's one you've heard good reviews about on Bunnings. Is yours like one of those small format ones? Would you say? Like the nice foldable ones? Because I want to get one of those. I want to get me one of those. I think the hardest thing I find streaming is when I'm doing oil painting. Because when I'm doing my oil paintings, I'm already extremely focused and it's something that's usually like a little bit beyond my comfort zone. And then I have to talk to people throughout the process of sharing that, and that can be quite difficult sometimes. You find there's more pressure to be entertaining when you're streaming a game? I think so. I agree, Galactica. I definitely agree. I think um, people understand that art streams are more about a relaxing, cozy vibe. It doesn't matter what kind of art you share, whether it's super dark or super light and airy. Everyone knows that an art stream is more like a co-working stream where you spend time there alongside the person, and usually you will be joining in doing something of your own, like whether you're working or you're drawing creatively, being inspired along with the streamer. But one way or another, it's like a co-working stream, I guess. Just a little bit more engaging, I think. Every single time people say streaming is an easy job, you just get like, you have no idea. Yeah. The amount of creativity, mental health, brain flow, and extra work off stream that is needed is wild. Yeah. So, yeah, don't even get me started. So many people have zero understanding of what it takes. I I've had multiple people that I know in real life, like people close to me, and they've been on my stream. Like I've done a co-stream with my mum, I've done a co-stream with my husband, and all of them said, "Oh my gosh, that was exhausting." And they were only on for like a couple of hours. Sometimes we as streamers we're on for 3 to 5 hours. Sometimes more. So everyone else said they would rather have their normal job. And I'll honestly say, like, I used to work as a full-time graphic designer. Me streaming, like when I did my graphic design job, by the end of the day, I would have so much energy. I could go for a walk, I could like make dinner, cook dinner, do some housework. I would have all the energy left. When I started streaming full time and started, doing my art full time, my goodness, there like literally no way. I crash, and there is no way I can keep working by the end of my stream. I'm done. Yeah, your mom said that too. You find amazing how we are able to focus on creating art and still talk to people at the same time. If you have to do any artistic thing, you hyper focus so badly, you would literally abandon chat. So I do that when I'm doing my oil paintings, creepies. I think it comes from because we are doing this full time, we are more comfortable doing this. So it becomes a lot easier to actually talk while you're doing it because your skill level has grown to the point where you can accommodate not needing to focus that much. When I do my oil paintings, I feel like I turn into a terrible streamer because I am pushing myself past that space where I'm no longer just comfortable. I am trying to teach myself something, and then I do hyper focus, and it's really, really hard to keep in mind that I have like a whole little community that wants to spend time with me. So that does become challenging sometimes. You're like that with games, but doing art is second nature. See, I find it easier with games. I find it easier. But I sometimes just don't know what to say when I'm talking about games because I think this is my passion, my love. This is what I want to share with people, what I want to get people excited over. When I'm streaming games, like, yes, I do love games, but I guess I'm not as passionate about sharing that with people as perhaps some gaming streamers are. I'm not really a good gaming streamer. I've definitely figured that out. Yeah, your hand knows what to do while your brain does other things. Yeah, exactly. I think it's as soon as you are doing any activity where you are pushing out of your comfort zone. Something like this drawing that I'm doing today is very much within my comfort zone. It's not anything that I really need to, uh, you know, dig deep for or anything like that. So it comes quite easily, and I can focus on you guys. But when I'm doing the oil paintings, You guys will notice when you attend one of those streams, I will go quiet, very quiet. You find like easy with games because games have a bunch of uh fillings you can use. Like, oh, look at that bush. It reminds me of this one bush I saw one day. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. It's a little bit like you've got your brain is just on fire, right? And you go off every single next tangent. You can see the game stuff as triggers for combo. Use the game stuff as triggers for combos. I think so. I guess with art that is a little bit harder because you don't have anything constantly prodding your attention, but I don't know, I struggle with games. I really do. I think it's just I get very invested in the game and then again I forget that I have an audience and I end up you'll see a lot of my game streams. I just look like this. Very seriously focused. Unmedicated ADHD. So you are voluntarily unmedicated. I've seen a lot of people saying that ADHD helps them be a good streamer. Um, and I think you get like a lot of different types of people. I have a friend from Melbourne, and both of us, oh my goodness, guys, when we're in the same room, it's so terrible because both of us have, I guess, very similar like ADHD like traits. So both of us will, when we're together, I will tangent onto a topic. She'll start engaging with me on that topic. Suddenly she's tangenting off to an entirely different place. I will engage with her on that, then I'm tangenting again. None of us are finishing the conversation at hand. We never do. But we'll just tangent a billion times in the span of a minute. It just keeps firing everywhere. Do you make art ever, Krippy? Like, do you enjoy being creative? You have a command for locking because there are moments that you lock in so hard. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I zone out sometimes too. Do you play DVD, Dead by Daylight, Krippy? What's your favorite game? I feel like you would enjoy that. Okay, so guys, I need to do parts of the metal here as well. So I'm mainly coloring everything in this purpley hue because I don't want to have multiple different colors for this one. I want it to be just very plain and simple, not have your eye go a million directions, you know. But yeah, we're almost done with this one. Almost done. It helps if you understand how your self work, but it can be crippling too. Yeah, if you don't have a lot of self knowledge. Also, it depends on the level of ADHD too. Yeah. So I had this exact conversation with my friend from Melbourne. So my brain is very, very much like that. I can go, my husband knows by now. If I say I'm going to wake up on a Saturday morning and go make him a cup of coffee, he knows that that means a 3 hour wait because I will get lost doing some new tangent and I will not come back with a coffee for probably half the day and maybe even completely forget that I was going to make coffee at all. And that's just my brain. I will forget a thing by the time I walk into another room. It's really hard. It can be incredibly crippling, as you said. And I think that that is why a lot of people struggle with, I guess, ADHD. I will say, so I've given a lot of my friends this piece of advice, and it's different for everyone. How you apply it is just going to be so different. What Creepy said about understanding yourself and how you work, right? I guess don't see your ADHD as a condition. Don't see it as a problem. It is both a gift and a curse. I truly believe this, especially for me as an artist. Um, I don't know if I have ADHD. I've not been diagnosed or anything like that. I'm just talking about the place where your brain is when it has those traits that just explode in a million different directions and you never have quiet silence in your brain. Your brain is a constant chatter of things and ideas, right? That's what I'm talking about. Whatever the heck you want to call that. Whether you've been diagnosed or not, that state is what I'm talking about. So basically, what I've started doing is I use a productivity app. You don't have to use an app. You can use a journal, a planner, whatever it is that feels comfortable to you. But I use Todoist. I've been using Todoist for over 10 or 15 years maybe. So I've used that app for a very long time. They have this feature now where you can ramble thoughts into it, right? So I might start getting dressed in the morning, and then I have 10 ideas of things I either want to draw or do or forgot about. And I can just quickly grab that app, ramble down the thoughts. If you have a notepad or you prefer to be analog, you can write it down. My point is, you take a couple of seconds and just get all your thoughts out of your head. You will forget them if you don't. Trust me. That's how our brains work. That is the curse. We have a million creative ideas at once, but they're fleeting, okay? They don't stick around. So if you don't capture them somewhere, you won't have them later. And I'm talking about something as simple as getting out of bed, walking to the other room and planning to go do a thing. Sometimes I even forget. So I have a list of things that I do all day. I have a structure for myself for what I'm supposed to do all day. If you hate a structure, that's okay. You just develop something that works for you. But I think what Creepy said is the best advice ever. You gotta learn to understand yourself. This isn't just a condition or a disease that you've got, okay? This is a gift and a curse. And the part where it's a gift, okay? This will be not just if you're an artist. This is going to be if you're, for example, Creepies, right? You're a creative individual. Doesn't matter if you make art or music or whatever. Creepies has to come up with creative ideas for marketing, for clothing, aesthetic, all of these things. Their brand, right? They have to tie together. It's not easy to create these concepts and ideas and bind them together as a beautiful cohesive. So you're going to have to be a creative person. Any creative person, especially like my line of work, I don't know if you don't have a billion ideas all at once. How do you deal with a blank page? When I start with a blank page, I basically sit there. I have too many ideas. I can't choose one, right? That's my struggle. But a lot of people who don't have brains like that, they will sit there and they have nothing. Like they are just blank. Can you imagine for a second what that would feel like if you didn't have this cursed brain of yours with this blessing that it comes with? Can you imagine staring at a blank page and not having an idea of what you might want to do? That is the struggle of not having this type of brain. So I guess what I'm trying to say is appreciate what you have. Yes, it's the curse as well. Learn to live with it. It's almost like having a puppy, right? You have a puppy constantly wanting to go to the next thing it sees. You have to tame that puppy. But that puppy is going to bring you a whole lot of joy and fun along the way. But yeah, it's beautiful. I think there's actually a game. This is a different train of thought. But there's a game. It's about anxiety, I believe, actually. Gosh, my Mac is slowing down. Anxiety puppy. Okay, this is a bit of a different concept because anxiety is not quite the same thing. But Anxiety Puppy is an interactive narrative game about anxiety, and basically the puppy represents anxiety, and it's almost like learning to live with the puppy. Have a look into that game, but basically what I'm saying is apply that same thought process to ADHD or, you know, this mindset, this frame of mind. Learn to see it as your puppy. DVD, you were never able to get into it? What? You tried, but it never hit you right. Did you ever play it with friends? Because I feel like it's a lot harder to get into that game if you're not playing it with friends. Say less, the other day you were going from your living room to your backyard to water plants. That's like 15-meter walk. It took you 40 minutes. Yeah. Well, I just commend you on the fact that you actually remembered to water your plants at the end of that 40 minutes. Like that's crazy. Oh my gosh. Um, I would, you know what? I would actually love to be a productivity coach to people. I think that's one of the things I'm really passionate about. I don't have the educational background for it, but I have a lot of things that I've shared with my friends over time. In particular, my friends who struggle with ADHD have said that those tips are very, very helpful for them. Especially because the way that I approach productivity is not your hustle culture method. It's a lot more like very much like an individual process of learning who you are, um, and then experimenting. So one example of this is I make a structured calendar for myself. I plan my whole day out in time blocks. The reason I do that is because sometimes it can be so easy for us to put too many things on our task lists. You know, we may not realize that making a drawing is going to take us 3 to 4 hours. And so we put 10 other things on, and then we feel terrible when we don't get it done. But when we time block, it is a lot better because you learn over time how long something is going to take you, right? And if you know that that thing is going to usually take you 3 to 4 hours, well, then you allocate probably 5 hours for it, right? Always allocate, I would say, 1 hour more than you estimate for it. Um, because if you over task your day, you will just get nothing done or always feel terrible that you didn't accomplish your goals. But yeah, I started out calendar blocking my days, and obviously, when you first start out, it can be frustrating. You overblock it, and you think that, okay, well, I'm just not being productive at all. I think the key that I've seen, especially over the last 2 to 3 years, is um, you need to, it takes time to figure out a schedule that actually works with you. My biggest piece of advice is have at least 2 or 3 times in the day. I usually have one in the morning and one in my afternoon where there's just a gap of time. Make that at least a half hour to an hour, okay? And that, don't block anything in for that time frame. The reason I say this is any day is going to have variables, and you might be slower on some days, you might need some rest, a phone call comes up, a loved one pops in randomly unplanned, and suddenly your whole schedule goes out the window. But if you have those time slots throughout your day that you didn't schedule anything into, that is a lot better. Because now, you're flexible. You're flexible. Also, I only schedule ever one top priority task on my day. Only one. You'd be surprised. Your brain is just not mentally. Maybe yours is, but mine isn't. My brain is only able to hyper focus on one thing a day, and if I have too many things on that day, I just end up feeling so overwhelmed, and I don't do anything. Wow, Liz, hello. You feel like you keep being summoned here at the right time. Oh my gosh, I guess so. Um, your least favorite thing about your brain is executive dysfunction when you have so many things on your list, but you can't choose, so you do none. Yeah, that Galactica. That is what I do all the time. That is why I've started like planning out my entire week, and I just force myself like a robot. I force myself to stick to my schedule because then I can calm down and be like, well, you did assign this for Thursday. You don't have to think or worry about it today because you have enough time to get to it on Thursday. And I find that that relaxes me a lot. Because sometimes I think the reason our brains can't choose a thing is because we struggle to identify the priority of it. And then when we do start focusing on one thing, we worry that we won't get the other thing done because we haven't actually set aside a plan for when we'll do it. I think that's the reason. Remember, you wrote on your phone. You wrote on your phone. The only way. It's the only way. Uh, you think there's definitely more of us who have ADHD or AUDHD, particularly because we just didn't have the knowledge or due to how we were raised. But you also think it's as uncommon. You think you don't think it's as uncommon. You think if we looked at the stats, it would be relatively evenly split with neurodivergent and neurotypical. And you also believe that it's partially due to the hunter versus gatherer cave people instincts. So I think I don't personally see those as a disease or a condition or a problem. I just see it as a personality type, you know. And you're totally right. I think there are a lot more of us that think like this and our minds work like this. And it's okay. We just have to I think it for some reason maybe society portrayed a different idea of how we're supposed to be in our heads, and now we think that there's something wrong with us when really we're totally normal. We're okay. That's just how our brains work. And yes, it might mean that we aren't exactly as well suited to a role in an office or other kinds of normal jobs. Maybe that means we need to find things that are more suited to us. Definitely. You've started doing this too, but the first few weeks are kind of rocky, you think, while getting into that schedule. Yeah. Well, Galactica, I've overhauled my schedule, I think 6 times over the last 2 years, right? Because well, one, I was working in graphic design part time while doing this. And when I was doing that, I was trying to juggle the art in the mornings and the graphic designs for like 2 to 3 hours in the afternoons. So I had blocked out my day in that way. And since going full time in art, I realized that doesn't really work for me anymore. Because what I did was shift making art in the morning to having like my art and shop and admin tasks in the afternoons. But I find that I am not as productive. I found that it's a lot better for me to just shift all my admin tasks to a single day on Fridays when I'm not in this creative headspace, because it kind of ruins that relaxed, patient, creative headspace. So I can now wake up on my mornings and know that I have to make this piece today, and or I have to do this oil painting today. And then on Fridays is when I pack in all those work tasks. But again, I try to focus them. For example, my current Friday that's coming up is going to be making stickers out of this one, prints out of this one. I'm also going to make the new postcards for this month of my little wombat piece. So, I've got one goal: sort all of Patreon out on Friday. And then next Friday, I have, market goals and things like that. But I think focusing them on a specific direction is very helpful. But yeah, don't feel bad when you keep having to change your schedule. And make sure you have breaks. I never block 2 tasks back to back. Like I will always have 15-minute breaks between each task. Time to make a coffee, or time for if that task actually took longer than you expected, then you are more flexible, you didn't overblock your day. Things like that, I think, are just very, very helpful. But yeah, if you guys ever want to tap my brain for any things that I do, I'm more than happy to share this. I just always want to stress it as well with the fact that this is what works for me, and it's helped a lot of my friends, but don't use it as the golden rule for you. You are going to be different. You will need a different schedule than I do. Maybe your brain works differently. So at the end of the day, I think the only thing I want you to take from my advice ever is put more breaks in. Um, and yeah, change your schedule, make it flexible, make it adapt to you because yeah, I think definitely we need a guide to work alongside. Otherwise, we end up being so unproductive. Hello, you're back from your walk with your mum. Oh my gosh, do you guys always go for a walk together? Right. So, I might do a little bit more shading on, my goodness, part of this illustration down here. Let's get some more contrast going. I need to share the background playlist. It could be helpful for you when you read. The background playlist is from I pay for it through Epidemic Sound because I do not believe in stealing money from musicians. I believe musicians are artists as well and need to be paid for their worth. So all of the music comes from Epidemic Sound. I don't know if I can share the playlists. I can share single songs with you guys. But yeah, so the artists on Epidemic Sound get some money from, their songs being downloaded and used, and basically they can track which songs I am playing. Hello, Aussie Senorita, how are you? Love watching traditional artists working. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Thank you so much for being here. How are you? Oh, thank you for the follow. If you had a superpower, it would be to make nefarious people expose themselves so they can be punished. Oh, love that. Love that. You think the same and you love my thoughts. You love that. You love that. You tell your mom about the album covers and she thinks that all it would be free. But you said to her that it's not like that because it takes time to draw and it's like a song. Yeah, I mean it depends. Norix. So, I mean, I also have needs for music. So perhaps, there is a way if I can think of something, we can meet in the middle. You can make me a song and I can make you an album cover and then it could be free. We could always negotiate it like that. Then we have like a free trade with each other. I can definitely think of ways where that could work. So, Yeah, please message me. Other than that, if you didn't want to necessarily make music for me, then yeah, we could totally just, I could negotiate a price and you could work with me. But I think given we're both creators, we could always do a trade. Could always do a trade. Obviously, would give the credits always to get to know from more people because you like my content. Oh, thank you. Thank you. But yeah, there are many ways. I know a girl as well. She's very creative. She does lots of insect. She makes like insect blankets, and I think she makes insect paintings, I believe. But she's very creative as like a tapestry type of artist, and she does lots of trades with people as well. So things that she can't afford to buy, she will do a trade. And it's beautiful. I think it's just really, really cool. And that's back in the day, how people used to do it, right? Before money became a thing, that's what we did. We did trades. Money was just a way to facilitate it being a little bit easier, I guess, and simpler. Like, I'm not able to bring my 50 gallons of milk to you right now, but I can bring you a coin. Much easier. All right. Pretty happy. You think it's helpful for both people? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And I'll be honest, Norix, like I have definitely um wanted a theme song or something for both here on Twitch and my YouTube channel before. So if our visions align, then that would be great. Sadly, we are in an ad, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It be happening. Such is life. Such is life. All right. Perfect timing. My goodness. Perfect timing. But yeah, guys, my friends. Still in ad. Stupid. Ooh, Pinion dyed her hair, guys. Pinion dyed her hair. Clementine is doing a live stream, guys. Oh my gosh. So many people. We could raid. A fresh studio as well. Oh my gosh, but Clementine. I haven't seen her for a while. But also Pinion Paint. I don't think we often get to read Clem though, and she's doing a in real live stream, which is freaking amazing. You make folk songs, you think it's your genre, you guess in the nature of forest, the ambient of the fairy things. You wanted to feel like you're in a forest. Yeah, sounds like our visions very much align. Very much. All right, guys. So for Patreon, guys, if you guys pledge to Patreon before the end of the month, I'm turning this one into a sticker and also a print on that green decor paper I showed you guys before. So we will have this fairy for the fairy quest. You guys will also get a print of my wombat. Hang on. You guys will receive a print of my little wombat and all the fairies riding together with him. So he will be sent out, as well as today's illustration for the Patreon fairy quest for this month. And so if you guys sign up before any time before the end of February, I will ship those to you guys by end of month, guys. That's how it works. But yeah, more info on Friday because this Friday is when I will be making the stickers and all the prints and things. So I will be updating all the info on Patreon and everywhere else on Friday. And then yeah, hopefully you guys get to see. But for now, guys, before I leave, if you like any of my artwork and you like to support me, guys, I do run my own shop. I ship everything out myself here from my studio. You can also get it sent from somewhere closer to you, but then I am not the one sending it out to you. So when you are checking out in my store, in the checkout options, you can choose to have things specifically shipped by me if that is what you prefer. But yeah, lots of things to think about. All right, so guys, we are rating Clementine. I believe Clementine is Australian as well. I don't remember, but I fell in love with Clementine's stream when Clem was going to traveling overseas somewhere in Ireland, I believe. And we just had a lovely time. There were these beautiful Clydesdale horses, and she got to pat one of them. So it was like we got to be part of her whole trip in Ireland, guys. So now we are rating Clem, and please keep in mind, guys, I will be back live tomorrow. Please check the schedule if you guys would like to see me again tomorrow, because I will be making some more art here in the studio. We'll be working on the exclusive Patreon storybook, guys. So if you miss out tomorrow's stream, you do not get to see that again unless you are a patron. Okay? But so Clem is a just chatting streamer, my friends. So we don't just raid artists here. We also raid variety streamers. Clementine is one of those. But I only raid variety streamers when I feel like they have a lot of overlap with what we as the community share, our communal interests. And Clem very much does. Clem has plushies. Clem loves animals. And also, Clem loves going abroad and sharing that. So you guys know that I am a big fan of in real life streams. Getting to see people's travels and just their hometown, their experiences that we may never get to see, and them being part of it, like that personality, that personal experience. That's what Clem provides, guys. I am so excited. Last time we talked to Clem, she was moving to the UK permanently she is from Australia. Now I do remember. She was moving there permanently to allow for more travel opportunities. So let's go see how she is doing, how she has settled in. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Also, thank you so much again, Creepies, for that raid earlier. I really, really appreciate that. And I am just vouching for you to get partner, and I hope that you'll get in touch with an agency that takes you on board to model for Disturbia or Killstar, because I think that's just meant for you. This is meant for you. Let's raid, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow.